Hey, Ellie. Thank you for the Prime sub. I should have, I should just put one of the moist critical things here on the opening screen. I'm doing the... No, it does. It does it. I just have to... I have to log in. Every, like, month, you gotta re-log in. Gotta generate that authorization token. I think we're good. Who is they? It's us. It's us, artist. Me and you.
I dwell amidst the abounding light of heaven. Come forth,
Thunder of my cock.
Indignation.
Bum bum ba. Da 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 da. Kind of fucked up. I can do both first and second if I felt like it. I mean, you could. There would be nothing to stop you other than integrity. Integrity. I have LED lights that light up the whole room. So if you pick a color, the whole stream will just be that color. Let me see if it'll do pink. It might be more of a purplish. Yeah, it's more purple looking than pink. Yeah, no, this looks pretty pink. I think it looks more pink than I can see because it's like reflecting off my wall, which is blue. How are you doing, Ellie? Tired, I'm assuming? Oh, really? That is surprising. Oh, jeez. How do I decide which party to use at the startup? I just click one I don't use. And it depends. Like, if I do the Fire Emblem streams, and I know Georgie's the protagonist, I make sure Georgie's in it. And then, like, you know, when I play Hector mode, it'll probably be the one with you in it all the time. I heard somewhere Kingdom Hearts CC might end up being a thing. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Kingdom Hearts would be a fun one for it. I mean, I think it's all dependent on donations. So, like, there's a tier where, like, if you pay like $500 or something on their Patreon, I think, then they will prioritize making a game CCable that you want. So it might be dependent on that. And I mean, I think there's also stuff that they just do that might be good for them in a business sense. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts probably does have a poll. I saw the, I've seen some stuff they have on crowd control is definitely shit people paid for. Just for one stream or something. Hopefully it'll be able to mix with the rando. I highly doubt that. I feel like there's definitely, because it's a lot different than other randos, because it has its own launcher and all this other shit. I don't know. I have a feeling that there's going to be something that will not vibe with it. It's a kickapoo. Hello. Hello, everybody. Yo, Shovel Knight soundtrack is a banger. The thing you shared with your friend, Ellie, I just want to let you know I've been exercising to that, like, every day. I listen to, like, the whole thing while I do my exercise routine. It's, like, it's perfect for it. It's got the perfect amount of highs and lows for me to, like, you know, bang out a rep and then have my rest. I got something I ordered that's gonna be really, really cool for the stream, I think. Was made with the same program? Okay. I need that program. I'd love to make music that sounds like this. So my friend sent me a thing Elgato made a teleprompter for streaming. So, like, you can hook up your camera to it, and then, like, on the other side is a tablet-like thing that, like, you could put chat in, or you could, like my scripts when I do my videos, I could put it in there so I could look right at the camera. That's always been, like, my biggest gripe with streaming is that, like, when I read chat, no matter what screens I have or what, you know, the camera's there. My game monitor is here, and then the chat monitor is here. Like, to get it above the camera, I'd have to go through some shit and have to have, like, this wonky-ass setup to really do it. So with when I get this teleprompter thing that I ordered, I'll be able to move this monitor here, and then I can just put the teleprompter there. So every time I read chat, I'll be able to actually look at the camera whenever I read chat. I'm excited for that. That's something I've never had. And it's something I've always hated about my setups. Even the last one. I think the last one looked nicer, but still, I was never able to look at the camera. It always looks like I'm looking down, and I hate that. Unless I drop the camera really low, then you can't see, like, anything else. You can just, like, see the ceiling and my 3 chins. I need a shave. So that's coming in. I'm very excited about that. That'll be good. That'll be really good for the videos, ain't good for the stream. And I bought some stuff at the store. I got a copy of Jet Grind Radio, not in the original box. I got Jet Grind Radio, Draken in the box. I don't know what this is. It just looked cool. I always look down on you guys. I know you all got that fetish. I got Rayman 2, because this is, like, one of my favorite games as a kid. Love Rayman 2. I hate Rayman 1. Rayman 1 can go fuck itself. Rayman 2, shit's dope. And they had Tonic Trouble. Rayman 2, Tonic Trouble, The Lion King, had to get this for the meme. Super Mario Kart. And I got this for my son, Top Gun. He likes the flying simulators. He likes the really old flying simulators, which is weird, considering he's 12. But, you know, I won't knock him for it. Yeah, it's good stuff. So, and yesterday, why did it always wants to play this lobby music? I hate that lobby music. I didn't stream yesterday because I got countertops installed. You know, I renovated my kitchen when we moved here like 3 months ago. We've not had countertops for 3 months. Like, I took the old ones and I had to cut them and put them back in because we changed out all the cabinets and stuff because the cabinets were falling apart. So I had no countertop space. We finally got that shit today. Thank goodness. It took forever. We finally have a usable kitchen. Like, I had half the sink hooked up and the other half wasn't because it wasn't set to the proper level because the countertops weren't supposed to be there. So yesterday I was like, fuck it, I'm not streaming. I gotta get this done. I have to have all this. And you know what? Speaking of that, I gotta pull out some food to defrost. That's strange. What's strange? The Top Gun thing? I don't know. He likes flying sims. always gotta pull out. Well, actually, I don't anymore. We got that fixed. We got that part of me fixed. Yeah. So Aiden's into like that simulator stuff, but he's not doing good in school, so he's grounded from all his games now. So I'm very excited to get further into this. After all this time, we're so close to being able to finish this. Rip Aiden, exactly. So, I don't know if you care about getting spoiled, Ellie. We're already like halfway through the final episode of this. Alright. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, so I wanna get this tied up, and I wanna get the challenge run with Rico tied up before I start doing all these other challenges that I wanna do. I've been stuck on this for a minute. Is this almost over? Like, is it? It's not. There's no way it's this short. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. I have a feeling it's not actually this short. It's just I'm on part 2 already. I didn't even realize. I thought I was on part 1 too. February 9th, 11:15 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night, you really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? So is this whole thing just like fucking this is Edgeworth's isekai? He gets to be Phoenix for a day. This is his Maya. And then he gets to be Phoenix. And wait, no, Gumshoe's his Maya. Right, Gumshoe's his Maya. And then well, I guess that's all you need. Just those 2. The power couple. The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Trials are day 2 because they happen the morning after the investigation. Oh, you're right. Well, that's what I thought the 2 was in the second. I thought it, like 1-1 is that, and then 1-2 is the trial, and then. But I guess it's days, right? That's what the first one is. What day you're on, and they only go up to 3 days, typically. Well, they can only do 3 days because isn't that a thing they bring up at the beginning? Because they're like, oh yeah, 3 days. You have 3 days to get a conviction, otherwise you lose. Because Japan. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple. Very well. The second thing, then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the times Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night, were you the one who used the snowmobile? There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. The Psycho Locks. I can't tell you about that yet. Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? The safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. We haven't seen a 3-day trial since Game 1. Game 2 in this game so far have preferred only 2 court segments. Yeah, I recently learned a bit more about the Japanese system because of that fucking guy. The one who the asshole in Japan who finally got arrested. I've seen a lot about that, so I heard about their very, very high conviction rate, their 99% conviction rate because of how they run their courts. And I'm like, oh shit. That's scary. To know that, like, if you're going to court, like, that's it. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Dunham? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought, no psycholocks. Very well, it's my job to get the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. February 9th, 11:36 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Court will now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where's the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely. Artist? Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I can only presume that his intention was to capture you. Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Damn, artist, are you gonna take that? Are you gonna let her whip you around like that? Yes. The answer is yes. Laurice Dunham, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey! I was just artistically rendering— Ouch! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look! I'm nothing but a fledgling artist, training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, Viridian, which is probably my favorite city in Pokemon. Larry, this isn't an art store, now is it? I know! I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art's all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields? I presume he wanted to say fieldwork. I hope. That's it! Thanks, buddy! It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Or to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Oh! Please! Ah! Why me? Stop your pathetic blabbing and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now! Ah, this is too much for me. We love the butts. I'm definitely a butts man. I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars at night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I, Edgy? Sad. Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation, or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he's been to other people. Wow. They were really fucking slandering this man in this game. Was it all this game alone is just brutally bullying Larry Butts and and our himbo detective, Gumshoe. Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything. Every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination. With no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time. I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I think that's already a lie, isn't it? Wait, hold on. What did he say again? I was out at the lodge looking up at the stars. He wouldn't have been able to see the stars. If it was lightning, there would have been clouds, right? And it was snowing. Yeah, there would have been clouds. There's no way you could have seen the stars. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone with the bridge that night either. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. Before I press him, I'm just gonna throw that at him and see what it does. Because I feel like, that's it. Does it work? Oh, I don't think so, because the music didn't stop, right? Oh, I guess not. It sounds right. Sounds right, though. Hold it! Whatever's the matter, Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't... Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't have possibly seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it isn't like I was there to look at them, right? That's how I feel. See, you can do it if you try. Ow! There's only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge. Hold it! A number of times. How many? Maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes. Which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night. You bet! Real love is about waiting with your heart and your penis. Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to a small shack, using this blackmail letter. But blackmail? No, that was simply a product of overflowing love. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness. So what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a fucking snowmobile, Christ. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness, eh? Well, you see, being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all. Hold it! Larry, you really didn't see it? Hey, no need to hit your desk, I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile. Larry, say snowmobile up for me, please. Snowmobile. If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest? Shut up! What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me. It seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spilled beans. Hold it! You didn't meet anyone. That's right, because I've got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces now. It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this. Okay. So, I mean... Now can I contradict him here? I mean, he admitted it himself.
Objection!
Okay. Okay, I gotta remember the case. I was at the lodge out in the mountains looking up the stars at night. I walked to the bridge a number of times. I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. That's bullshit, because he saw Phoenix.
Objection!
Larry Butts, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry. But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you've been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you trying to console me? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. What? You're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts! That's right, me, in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. As so long as you remain pretty pathetic, you'll continue to cause those incidents. That reality will not change. But what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. I'll ask again, then witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? What I saw, part 2. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Let's examine this room. So he's under some hay. What else are we looking at here? He's got a little comic book, some potato chips. What is that, tomatoes? Tomatoes and some beer? And his little hat. There's his little hat right there to his left. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire! There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It burned. It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a bitch. It totally burnt out, like almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. Okay, let me see if I can find something right away again. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. The shack around 9, so it would have been 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. 10:30. And 11. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. So he's a bit off with his time, I guess? I don't know if that's super important, though.
Hold it!
What did you do? Out there in the cold for an hour and a half. Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited. He was jerking it. Excited? Dare I even ask? I set the meeting time at 10, right? But I couldn't wait, and I thought she might come early too, so I started jerking it. Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end. Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Shut up! She may not have come, but I sure did. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her. Hold it! This light was, of course, lightning. Like, kerpow! Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. A big bada boom. Ah! Or a little like that. Wow, that's more like a punch from Miranda. Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge? Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so I looked out the window. Is there a window? Hold it! Seeing that, what did you do? What do you think? I was burning up as well from the fire in my heart. And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge. Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. A man of his blankie. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know, I changed my mind. I'm not sure I care for the forget-it attitude you had at first, Witness. There's still some thunder? You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? Huh. The lightning fell, and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes. I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is this small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on. Well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk. And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? Like I'd recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare. Well, should I press him for a little more? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try to tell someone. There's a public phone right at Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Huh? Yeah, oh, okay. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time to, okay? Hold it! So press it again and press the last one. So you suddenly thought to check out the bridge. Does this mean that you initially had no intention of doing so? Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold. I didn't really want to go out there. If that's the case, why did you change your mind? I'd like to hear your reasoning. In which case, please give testimony to that effect, Witness. My reasoning? Okay, reasoning it is. Oh, so it changes the last thing that he says. But I never get another chance to see something so big burning. I think the thing with Phoenix is more important? Yeah, hold on. Because it took Phoenix, like... Did he... I'm trying... I wish... This is what I hate about doing these so far apart, is I don't remember. When Phoenix ran there, I remember Phoenix running. He ran to get Maya, but was it because he saw the lightning bolt? Or, well, it was because of the murder. And he was going to get the phone. I don't remember if the lightning struck when he got there or not. Hold it! Yeah, I'm gonna change it to the Phoenix thing. You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Wright? Yeah! I thought I'd better tell someone about this, but then Nick came up yelling about murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge. Fire was pretty much out by then anyway. I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, that's pretty much it, more or less. He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. Okay, Nick showed up less than a minute later. There was still some thunder. So I think time is the issue here. Because it snowed from 7 to 10:50. The lightning was from 10 to 11. The lightning struck the bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. So there's no way. Lightning struck, he went out, and then the fire was almost out. There's no way. The time frame doesn't fit. And then also, if you change what he was saying, he says, I never thought I'd have the chance to see something so big burning bright. But he also says that it went right out as soon as Nick showed up. I think I should do this here. Oh, is that right? Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgy? You make me sound like some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is fucking, I love to hear it, dude. I've become Edgeworth. I've outgrown Phoenix. I am now Edgeworth. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know? 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those. That is such a fucking subjective thing to ask. It depends on how fast the person riding the bike is. What do you mean? This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what happened. Is this correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge. Meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m. That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his fallen act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There's no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Ah, excuse me, I have an objection. You do? Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Larice Dunham! It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11, in which case it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Francisca von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. But there's still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It is clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15. Which means what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and tell us the whole truth. Now, what happened during these missing 15 minutes? I was drawing. I feel like I just got brutally woken up by a toilet splashback. Fuck, I hate it when that happens, dude. I hate it when that happens. I'm like, oh man, the bidet didn't go off? Oh no, it's my poop water. Oh, damn it. I guess I was still sleeping after all. So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes and there's a phone right next to it. Why then, did you not report the accident? Yes, witness. Why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? Did this motherfucker draw the bridge burning? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like. Ah, but this is Larry we're talking about, and even he's incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgy, I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought. You've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes. I may really say it then. Then say it! Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? I'm a donut. I'm an artist. What do you I knew he was fucking... I hate this guy. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out, and he came running up to me. I suppose artists can be strange folk. That's a jab. Coming from a Canadian? That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. Why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. Ha! Ha! You'll regret this, Edgy! I'm sure it's bad for us in every way. I like how he could just change his name to whatever he wants. Tell us, Larry. My name's Larice. Get it right! Mistakes like that are what keep you from being popular with the ladies like I am. Just who exactly are you? I'm Larice Donham, apprentice extraordinaire. That's what he calls himself in any case. Then you are an artist? Of course, I'm an artist, the real thing. Yet again, that's what he calls himself. Names mean nothing. There's only one issue I care to discuss. What were you doing? That's a very big issue indeed. Hold it! Sketching the burning bridge. The burning bridge and everything that came with it. What? Came with it? You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. That sketch of mine is... It's important. Where is it? Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Oh yeah, we gotta see this sketch. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please. Well, well. Even I couldn't have imagined it'd turn out like this. Imagine what? That Larice Donham's debut would take place here, today, like this. Show it now! Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Larice Donham. That's pretty good fire, I'll give him that. Ah. Well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma. Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. I could tell, Larry. I could tell you really put your heart into that fire, man. It looked good. Ugh, this is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry. What? The burning bridge is fine. But, what is that unfortunate-looking figure? Ah, you spotted that. I thought you might. However much I might want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris! I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know? What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that? Larry, please, answer this next question honestly. Okay. Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yup, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. You... Hi? The girl, she's really high up in this picture. Oh! What was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge at least. It was really something to see. This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, look, please bring the witness back down to earth. And fucking right as hell is one of them. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Let us get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what'd you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me! Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. No, dude, yeah, I mean, the bridge definitely, the bridge looks like shit, but that fire is really good. Especially the silhouette of Iris on fire, that's really good. It looks really good. The bridge is very bare bones, yes, but damn, that fire, all of it is crazy. That's crazy detailed fire. Now hurry up and cross-examine him. Tell us, Larry. My name's Larice. Get it right. Mistakes like that are what keep you from being popular. Wait, oh, is this the same thing? Oh, that's right. Hold on. Right. Okay. So we got the sketching. Pressing the sketching is what just got us what we did. Her white hood fluttering. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth. If that is truly the case, then there's one thing we can say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant to Iris. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge.
The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight. What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Edgy? What's going on with Iris and Nick? Why, you... Nick! You dog! I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, and discarded straight into the trash. Bold and brash, more like belongs in the trash. Ha! Ah! What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today's the day I get to completely stupefy you. What? What's the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Larice Dunham, shall prove it. I did expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch, and show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy, because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whopping of pain since the whole time, trust me. Proof that Iris flew.
Just find someone who is on fire.
Thank you for the bit, Storky. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Oh shit. A crystal sphere! This one! Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That sphere, where did you find it? Let me see. Around here, somewhere. Looks about right. And it was half buried in the snow. It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. Still some oh, snow. The court accepts this crystal sphere. That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood! What? Blood? You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore. Didn't you want to be called Larice Dunham only a few minutes ago? Ooh. I think before I press anything, I'm just gonna present, because I know it's for this. Haha! Larry, that night there was someone who lost a crystal sphere. There was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot? Miss Elise Dunham, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim? I have a photo of her here. And on the edge of her staff, you can see a familiar looking...
I don't know if this is just... I don't know if this is just like an issue with the game. Why is her hair brown here? Her hair's brown here, but the one we met had black hair. Is that just the game? Is that just me looking too far into it? Her hair's definitely black in the picture. And when I've seen her. But this picture of her has her with brown hair.
And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere. Hey! That's my photograph! Give it back! A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike! In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah! The crystal sphere, it's gone! What? What? Nani? Nani? Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Dunham? A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it's rejected. You can't do that! I saw it with my own 2 eyes! And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dunham was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Miss Francisca von Kopp. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case. That crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder? There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent. Which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. What? You mean, I'm the killer? Oh! All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case. She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Dunham left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth. I want your final opinion on this disposition of the crystal sphere. If it's not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Okay, hold on. I gotta think about this. Okay. So, crystal sphere was there. If
Okay. So...
And in this corner, we legit have the legend, the Georgie Town Warrior, York Morgan.
Hey, Georgie. Good morning. Okay. I think I can. I think I can prove it. I don't know. I'm not 100. I've been 100% on everything so far. I am not 100% on where my thought process is going with this. So I think I can prove it with the snowmobile. The snowmobile is the only way that it could have been dropped before she died. So that would mean that she was the one who used the snowmobile. That's like the only line of logic I have. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's what my hubby-wubby would do. My love. Phoenix Wright. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case. You'll do what? That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he's cornered. That should come as no surprise. Because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder? It's gotta be the snowmobile tracks. I'm going for it.
Take that!
Was I wrong? Damn it, I was wrong. Oh, I was so confident in that. The time of the murder and when the crystal sphere was dropped. I need to find proof that the latter happened first. Drop for the murder. Is it? Oh, I mean, because it's got blood on it. Right? The fact that it has blood on it means it was dropped... Well, no, that would prove that it was dropped after the murder, right? This crystal sphere was half buried in the snow, correct? Oh! That's why. That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What?
When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. What? On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to the Dusky Bridge. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. What? What could that have been? This sphere. There's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. That's not exactly true, now is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. But that's the same thing! No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding. You're forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dunham's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? I've made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of events is also perfectly plausible. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method when the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple. On that snowy night, there's one way that the body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body. This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the only one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the nail in your coffin? Ha! You're too late, Franziska Von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We've shown that this case requires further investigation. What? Where was the victim Elise Dunham really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he's enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy, thank you. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska Von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason and one alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright. Really? That's what this is all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had Ah! Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame. Francie! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. Ah! I demand satisfaction!
Oh, that hit just the right spot!
I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the question it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I'm counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, right? Court is now adjourned.
Falling asleep is going to make this a one-sided fight.
Got through that pretty quick. This is a good case. This is a good case for sure. Part 3-1. Sheesh. Let me, Oh, jeez. I hate it when it does that. See, I want to go through chat real quick. Where did I stop? Capable artist pretending to draw bad, but also needing to make it clear to viewers. If the fire guy from Killer Instinct is Cinder, that must be Cinderella. Just find someone who's on fire. Prove it with the proof. That's what I did, buddy. Tell the judge that a man as smart as him has already figured out the contradiction, and tell the court. The sphere could be the Lightning Dragoon spirit? Oh, damn. Yeah, that's a good case. Okay. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here with its pages. Me reading a Sonic fanfic. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What's written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy. My ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head's on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he'll be able to help me with him. Somehow. Just two boys sitting in a courtroom testifying together because they're not gay. February 9th, 2:43 p.m. Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Maybe Viridian and Addish speak. Is that how you speak, artist? Is this actually... Is there a language? Can you send me, like, the dictionary so I could, like, learn to talk to you better? Actually, my fever's gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shishito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the miter weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat.
Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. Huh. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background. Naturally.
You mean Irish, sir?
I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care.
Meant to be together. They're soulmates. Guess I should get going too.
Why? Do you need to be somewhere?
Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side.
Oh, that's right! Maya's still stuck over there!
But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all said, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you, Gumshoe.
No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that car for yours, okay? All right, I'm off.
Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting my evidence.
Sends you a messy easel. Jesus Christ, am I supposed to know all these? I gotta watch Bob Ross to learn all the colors. What's his favorite one? Oh, I always see, like, he'll go over the colors before he starts painting. Like platinum white or something. Platinum silver. I can't remember. It's platinum something. It's always the one color. It's always in his color palette. And I know it because my wife watches Bob Ross every fucking night. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line. And there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini's the only one who uses this. I really wish I'd brought my cell phone with me. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes, which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write Heavenly Hall on the signpost. I gotta say, it's a little nice not having Maya absolutely criticize us every second we read something. It looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there, but I can't see the inner temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. Dude, how can they say he's a bad artist, but he drew that shit? There's no way. Those are like one-to-one portraits. They're really good. Unless he like hired somebody to come out here and draw that shit for him. Those are really good that's self-portrait even. He didn't even have a way to look at himself, and he managed to draw himself. That's wild. He's a good artist. I've never watched a full Bob Ross. My wife goes to sleep to Bob Ross. I'm not Fang and Rico. It's color. No case too big, no case too small. When you help, just call. Write in Edgeworth. Lawyers with girth. Why isn't Edgeworth a fan of Earthquake? Did his dad die in one or something? Oh, that's funny. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Laurice! I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Look at this graffiti scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kinda suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. That stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. Yeah, fuck nationality. It's so inappropriate. Like Sister Bikini in a bikini. Ugh, I've got to think of the kittens. Wow, so, yeah, Phoenix Wright is fucking absolutely against every other country. Fuck him. It's just absolutely against the idea. That's Dusky Bridge up there. It's amazing how clearly you can see it from so far away. Larry supposedly saw everything through the shack's window. Not much light gets down here, so it must be pitch black at night. But this area was probably illuminated that night because of the burning bridge above. This is the famous Eagle River. I got to try out its rough rapids the other night. They say it has a really strong current, and they weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast-flowing. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. The snow is really piled up on the straw roof. It's otherworldly, like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part, anyway. The sign says Heavenly Hall. I guess it's pretty fitting if you spend a night in this little freezing shack. You'd probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. Come on, please, it's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroin here! The heroin in my arm! It'll make you famous! Enough! A fool's fool fools fools who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool.
Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix, right?
Huh? Me?
Wait a second.
I know you! You're, Ow!
Your reflexes and mine need to shape up.
My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that! Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death! Or so I'm told.
Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings?
No, it's not! And I'm not on the brink of anything. And I'm not American! Come on, Nick, tell her, would ya? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Ah! Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least a semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry.
I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that, dude, with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize.
Off he goes.
Huh. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix, right?
You could whip me, Mommy. Have you been in Germany all this time?
That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally.
Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met?
I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy.
I see.
I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge.
Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. Legendary headbutter. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he's gone from this world. Is he dead? He's not, he's just, where is he? He's just in jail, right? Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father?
Phoenix, right. You will fall before me. This I promise.
But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. Hey, shaman, how are ya? At least you recognize Larissa's skill. Could be that Larry was lying about being in the Heavenly Hall because it was too cold, or the trees blocked the view. I was thinking that too. I saw the trees. I don't see how you would see it through the window, but... Hey, Sam. Von Karma's an ice trap. Who passes the bar at 13? People in Germany? Are you kidding me? They're pretty tenacious when they set their mind to do something. She's freaking weird. She likes whipping people. I mean, come on. Some people like getting whipped, some people like holding the whip. There's something at the bottom of the urn by Heavenly Hall. Oh, was there? You're probably right. I remember seeing something. Hold on. I'll go back and look. She's like, where are you going? You mean the writing here? Or just the stairs? Steps lead to the foot of Dusky Bridge, coming down as a cinch, going back up is like a walk in the park. So I understand. I think I already checked that. Yeah, it's just a letter. Hello, Dami Mommy. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. I forget they're related. Edgeworth, come to think of it. Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute.
Hey, it became attracted to the owner.
Ow! No smirking. No whipping in the sick. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth, make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know. I went over the whole case on the file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it very interesting to read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge? Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's got to be okay, I just know it. She's only been trapped in the freezing cold with no food or water for 3 days. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you was here. How are you doing? Oh, wow. Look at her face jiggle, dude. I can't stand that shit. Oh my god. I think this is the first time you've actually been able to pause on it. Usually it does it for a second and stops. I'm gonna let you guys, I'll let you guys indulge in this. Just take it in. Take it in while you can.
Look at that swagger.
Look at that swagger. Maya's a boss. She's fine. Nearing 24 hours. That's too long without a burger for Maya. Oh, yeah. That's too long without a burger for me. I was at the store the other day, and they had the Impossible Burgers there. I'm going to try one. Not today. Probably like... What's today? Today's Tuesday? I might try it tomorrow. I'm very excited to try this Impossible Burger. I've never had one before. I'm in my garage, so if people are like walking on the street, they 100% hear me do that shit. There's like no way they don't. One day the police will be here. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it... There's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple. And that poor little girl's gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Oh shit! I was supposed to watch her! Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls, she's missing. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? It's like no one cares about the 5-year-old child that's gone. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I'd never lie.
I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any psych locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why did I get the thing? I got it back. Oh, there should have been like an exchange where he just goes up to him and he like, you know, puts it in his hand and they kind of like hold hands for a minute while they're like this is my headcanon now, is that he gives him the Magatama back and he's like, "Thank you, Phoenix. I've learned a lot from this experience. And from you as well." And then Phoenix is just like, "Thank you, Edgeworth. I like to think that I've learned a lot from you too, Edgy." And then they start fucking making out. Oh yeah. Oh, Edge. Oh, the Edge. That's my make out noises. It's like slurping up spaghetti. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. Just like a new artist. Like two peas in a pod, those two. All artist does is draw my emotes and trouble. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I specialize in trouble? Fang shows up and make it double. But because you did, Maya's stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter's especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there. Fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. To depict the world in devastation, to draw everything evil within our nation.
It's utterly confused.
Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is at a commission, he or she may have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer, and with no way of escape either. Oh dear. Yeah, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh? Do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No? Ma'am, would you keep your fucking clothes on? No one wants to see you naked. Unless you start an OnlyFans. You need to improve your reach. There's no one here who wants to see you naked. No! I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Donham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. If she had a penis, I'd be worried about what size her penis was. Like, if you have any penis measurements, give them to me, but anything else I don't give a shit about. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Donham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes. Now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me, You must respect the elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you?
Get me out of here. I don't like where this is going. Did we just get a bunch of Cyclops over her age? Huh. It seems Miss Elise Donham was no ordinary visitor after all. No, these Cyclops are just her. She doesn't want anyone to know how old she is. Wait, hold on a second. 48? Question mark, question mark! 25? 26? Dead? She's dead? 9? No one knows! Oh my god, I'm almost as old as Dick! Fuck! She was with Miss Donham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Donham on the night of the murder, remember? Yeah, but I have a temple to run, you know? I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. You know what's crazy is sometimes, like, I'm able to, like, see the words and just automatically read them. Like, I lost that sentence halfway, but for some reason my mouth was just able to speak the rest of the words. That happens a lot when I do this. It's weird. It doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes I get, like, fucked up, like when she says fool a lot. But a lot of the time my brain just it just fucking autopilots and just takes it. And it's like, here you go. You got it. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Sure. Hey, look, the staff. Miss Donham's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to it. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? The Shishito. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. They get quite a bit of snow up here in Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled? Now that's got to be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donham was pushed from the top of the wall? There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around the courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. I guess that's everything. That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It sits kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently Miss Donham was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from that night. I'm gonna get my floor. I'm gonna get this floor in here padded, so I can just do falls. So I can just see me fucking fall backwards. I'll make the whole room trampoline on the floor. Like I'll raise the floor, and it's just all trampoline you walk into. So I'll just be like jumping like the whole stream, doing backflips. What was that jar and inconsiderately loud yell? So this is where you've been. Keep it nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, well, well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I meant. Ah! Ha! 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 It's been a while, Scruffy. It's Miss Von Karma! Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix, right? Ow! That hurts, you know! Silence. I, Francisca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me at twitch.tv/Dylan with a She's not seriously gonna follow me around, is she? She could also subscribe to my YouTube. youtube.com/Dylan with a Damn! He really did that all by himself? Holy crap! Dick is fucking wild! Dick Cumshoe fucking built an entire bridge by his goddamn self. What a monster! He's in the wrong profession. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice! It's Pearls! Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! He better hug that child. So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely, I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning, I saw the dusky bridge was gone. I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah! You're... I'm Francisca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well... I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip.
It increased its attack power.
Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. What are you gonna do, whip a child? Oh, okay, that's me. Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. Smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls. Weren't you with Maya? Huh? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? I... Ah! Mystic Maya? Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearls acting like that? It's giving me the creeps. I guess I'd better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Now, hold on one goddamn motherfucking second. What is that? Is that a fucking thing to tie some shit to? You see that right there? Like, tie a rope and you could fucking go down the cliff? Or, like, maybe you could tie it to the other side? Huh. Very interesting. The plot thickens. Nothing like a dick. Phoenix, right. What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of those wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix, right? But I didn't say anything! Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix, right? Do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. Ooh, look, a furnace. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty! How naive of you, Phoenix, right? But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix, right? It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. They're like the best duo. They're the best. I ship them. You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix, right? The training hall. Where's Maya? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. Well, aside from the lock, can we talk about the vomit all over that picture? It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. So first I want to examine the puke. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix, right? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell! It's gravy! What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy! Ah, yes. There's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy's a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that! For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll?
Damn, bitch got gravied.
It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright.
Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things.
What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything.
Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old. Got him.
Look at those wafer-thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer-thin?
Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer thick or something back in Germany?
Not about these mattresses. Certainly not. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before.
I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. I thought you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. The gang's all here. Everybody's here except Maya. Prosecutor Godo, I didn't know you were here.
Prosecutor?
How come you didn't show up at the trial today? That's Phoenix. Ha! I could ask you the exact same question.
Huh?
But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding.
Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You're the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial?
Who's the wild mare, Trite?
This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today.
Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins.
Just who do you think you are? This case is mine!
Hey, Philly! Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you.
Look at that swagger.
I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home.
Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for?
Ha! You deserve more cracks of that whip than that, Trite.
What?
You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo.
There's something different about Godo today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow?
You had some important business, and that's why you weren't in court, huh?
So what was it?
I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. Depths of hell? Man, dead as hell. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death.
You died?
Of course. Been playing Dark Souls for a while. Can't play that game without dying. Very hard. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is... Well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me.
So you mean that mask you wear is...
This ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face.
I see. I didn't know.
My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing.
He's a robot? I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened?
Why don't you ask him?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, that's right. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me.
Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Goto was killed.
It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite?
Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. May I introduce you to Control V?
Is that the right one? Oh, it's Z. V's paste, right?
What did you mean by that exactly?
The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island.
That's what Sister Bikini said, too.
And I wondered, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today?
What do you mean?
They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing.
Missing?
As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge.
Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and...
I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place.
One? Where's that?
The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party is yet to explore.
So they haven't searched the cavern yet, huh?
Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best.
No!
Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death.
You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now?
You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? Trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again a woman dies because of you.
Once again? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you.
Because of me?
And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey.
Mia?
You killed her.
No, that's not how it was.
It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy.
Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally.
Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back.
Well, no, but...
You were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now, you've let her sister suffer the same fate.
I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No! Shit ain't got nothing to do with me, homeboy. What is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be simple.
I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the train and hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would. Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past.
Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key?
Huh. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock.
Give me a second with it, buddy. I'll open that bitch. There's no keyhole?
That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it.
Then who was it?
Simple. The accused.
What? Iris?
When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attendant sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there.
Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris the accused is the one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this. I hope she gets here soon. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godo! How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Damn. I guess that Facebook request is just gonna sit in limbo forever. That's sad. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain. This is driving me nuts. Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sure? It was merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How'd you know, sir? Oh yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of a garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. I'm going in there. Fuck him. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? My girl. Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Whoa! There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling. Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy, Avant Karma will always show up wherever there's a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... Poor guy. Dun 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 dun. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Dunham. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Rain Master's talisman added to the court record. A little lantern, a little statue. It's certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What's this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Ah! Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? Got him. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at these things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Kind of like me in my chat. We're very lit over at twitch.tv/Dylan with a blankie.
Can everyone dab for me?
Recently. How recent are we talking about?
As recent as the night of the murder.
Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. What the heck is that?
Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal?
Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya.
Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood.
You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy. Without exception.
Yes, sir. I wonder if that's supposed to, like, it says Maya, but it's supposed to look like... Oh my god. Hold on. Guys, listen to this. If you look at this, okay? If you're on your phone, okay? Lock it in a portrait mode or whatever. Turn it sideways. Zoom in on where it says Maya. It says Alucard. Crazy. Holy shit. Wow. Man. Alucard has something to do with this case. I don't know what, but we'll find out. So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world. I thought that said foreskin house. I almost just like said, we have the best foreskin team in the world working the place. A foreskin team? And what was the outcome of the scientific study? Nothing! I guess it doesn't matter whether you have one or not. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle.
That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that?
Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, Cher.
That stone lantern in the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct?
They look kind of fishy to me, you know? Scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually.
I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya.
Oh, did Mr. Godo tell you yet?
Yes, we heard.
He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal.
Edgeworth?
He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here.
We'll have to wait since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern.
No, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal.
Huh? I wonder what it is.
Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant.
Maya. So these letters are written in blood.
Yeah. What's worse is it's in the victim's blood.
Huh? This is Miss Dunham's blood?
We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. What do you mean you haven't done a detailed analysis? What did he, like, fucking... Oh, that's Miss Dunham, all right. Yeah, for sure. The way this is drying, definitely Miss Dunham. The only way you can figure that out is with a detailed analysis. 15 of these chromosomes match so far. It's probably her.
Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down.
You know what? That was really bothering me, too. And I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation.
Really? Do tell.
Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down.
Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Dunham wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible.
From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how things took place, pal.
What? So Miss Dunham was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... What was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? Wait a sec, the bloody rain and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs of the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. Damn, dude, this guy is really... He was... Dick Gumshoe was about to fucking taint a crime scene. That's how fucking loyal he is to Phoenix and Maya. He was ready to, like, go to jail for, like, the rest of his life and never be a police officer detective again. That's crazy. And I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. And I like how they don't care either. They're just like, whatever. He only thought about it. He didn't do it. The only good cop. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright? Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godo managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you! Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Rip the dream. This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. All these prosecutors joining Phoenix on the defense to defeat Godo. It's a tag team. Just to defeat the man from hell. Is he really a dead guy? Or is he just like... Is he just like someone who's depressed, who's like mentally dead? Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two, how are you doing? Waha, waha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Can I get up? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain.
Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see.
Huh? Me? Ah! Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular.
You two are the only ones who have said that to me.
I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. A shill shrew. New Pokemon incoming. Ace Attorney, line. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those Cyclocks of hers.
Take that!
Smoke crack! Can I play music? Oh, no, this part plays music afterward. Oh, man. So what are you guys thinking so far of this case? I like this. This has got top 3. This is easily top 3. I'm not even finished with it yet. It's already top 3. It's very, very, very grounded. It's you're able to like figure out stuff. Like a lot of the other cases have like they're reaching. Like I feel like they were reaching a lot. And they felt like they were dragging on. This feels like a natural progression. I don't feel like I'm worn out. Shrill Shrew. Psychic ground type. Special ability. Voice attacks double in power. New Sandshrew Convergent Evo. Let's go.
Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Dunham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity.
What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author. Just an author of picture books.
To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her.
Suspicions?
Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Dunham's true identity.
It's this, right? The talisman? Legit sus. Alright, chat, name your top 3 favorite Pokemon right now. Articuno, Gengar, Nidoking. I think that might be my top 3. I think it's this. It's
Take that!
Weezing, Pinsir, Serena, Raichu, Sandslash, Togekiss. I think it's nice to see Sandslash in someone's top 3. Sandslash is so forgotten. He's like even when I think of the original 150, I always forget that like Sandshrew's available.
You will now
really
receive
early.
the Fist of Fury. Prepare the long rubber glove.
I like Sandshrew. Yeah, well, it's not that I don't like him. It's just like when I played the original game, he was only good for like Surge. And even then, he could still get whomped by Surge. After that, like nothing. There's like he just gets like owned in Gen 1. Like in Gen 1, Sandshrew gets fucking anything with like a water weakness gets like absolutely fucking railed. My shiny Sandslash in Gen 3 really endeared it to me. Rowlet, Totodile, Magnemite. Magnemite, really? I had Fire Red, so I never had it, which made it really alluring. Alakazam, Gyarados, Snorlax. Ooh, those are good. Those are good picks. Miss Dunham had this charm with her at all times.
Ah, where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, isn't it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Dunham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Dunham's identity. Is it the sphere? Oops. My bad. The staff? Probably the staff. I like how when you're playing as Edgeworth, it's like kind of easy. Everything's like very like you're able to like put it together, and then like when it gives it over to Phoenix, it's like no, you got to start guessing now. You better start guessing, motherfucker. I really don't know. The staff? Talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Dunham's identity. Could it be the hood? Because the burning person was wearing the hood? I feel like that's a stretch. And I'm losing 3? I'm probably have to reload a save. Is it just the staff? Oh, yeah. Damn, when was the last time I saved? Okay, I saved right before I did this. Woo! Do I not have enough? I feel like I should have enough. The talisman? I don't know what else it could be. Maybe there is someone else I'm supposed to talk to. Mystic Elise is a member of the Cooper clan. I'll say some of the most fun playing Pokemon Gen 1 was using Swords Dance Kingler and spending time grinding money with Payday so I can afford Hyper Beams. Okay. I mean, I don't think there's anyone else I could, grill.
Because he said I had to go back here, so I have to have everything. Oh my god. Inspect the picture? The only thing I notice about this is that her hair color is different. So I feel like there's a body double, and that's how Pearl's mom comes into the equation somehow. Because I don't think they would have left that subplot hanging if this is the last game. So it's not the sphere. It's not the sketch. Can't be the crime photo. Can't be the tracks photo. Can't be the testimony. Can't be the autopsy report. It has to be an item. I've tried the staff. I've tried the hood. So the only items left are the shishito and the scroll. And the, well, I guess this book, too. Could it be the scroll? How would it be the scroll? That literally just leaves the scroll. The painting's obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Karain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman with the victim carried with her. I did not notice that. This crest is reserved for the master of Karain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master Maya Fey told me. What? You mean that Acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya and Miss... And now we've got motive, baby! Now we've got fucking motive. It is 100% Pearl's mom. Mystic Misty! Oh, really? Faked me out with that? Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Karain talisman? It's the symbol of the master of Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Dunham was really Maya's mother, huh? It's not true. No way. There's no way it's Maya's mom. She was Misty Fey, the master of the Karain channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Or maybe it was. Why would she be lying, though? So it could be that, like, she was there, and then the aunt found out and killed her, and now she posed as her. That lady fits into this somehow. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened?
Well? Are you serious? What's happening? It can't be! Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness! Who's using earthquake? Who is just talking about the earthquake? It's super effective! Whoa! The inner temple. The sacred cabin in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya! It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stay in here and do nothing. Let's go! What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, all right? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. Dude, his first thought wasn't even Maya. It was... Is he okay? God, I hope he's okay. I can't live without that massive cock.
Hey, it became attracted to the owner.
Look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Fuck Maya. Who cares?
KO'd by one hit.
We've got to hurry to the inner temple and... Right! Ah! What are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So it was just now during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple's like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris? Iris, please tell me, what the hell's going on? Is it getting supernatural on us? Are we gonna have to start, like, taking over bodies and stuff? Like, performing some, how do you say, ghost tricks?
Ghost dicks.
Right. Is this what Godo was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger for caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Do you need maybe a little kiss? A kiss? You need a little smoochy poo? Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You'll go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly fair. That was the moment the edging stopped. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state, the state of Ohio. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives, right? Like gay pride. Hindrance. Any pride. Doesn't matter what pride you have, all a hindrance. Give me the agenda. Give me the agenda, Georgie. I need it now. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix, right? I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve some of these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help.
It's utterly confused.
Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Ah, Christ, here we go again. Francisca criticizing pride. Imagine. The only, like, definitely heterosexual character. Dylan is turning into J. Jonah Jameson for the... I need the gay agenda on my desk! Now, Parker! Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right, but what? When I saw these chains here, I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisca von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one. Now, somehow there's 5. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure that Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of the locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it'll take some time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were. Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Bro, is she like, is there like a twin thing going on? Is this a whole twin situation? I knew it. There's something going on here we don't know about. I don't know if we can do this yet, if I need to go around. Is this why this is one of the more favorable cases? No Maya? I will say, when Maya's there, she extends the dialogue a lot. By, like, talking shit. It takes a lot longer when Maya's here. I miss Maya. I like her. Not the Maya slander. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, it takes a lot longer, so that's probably... Most of the length of the cases comes from Maya. I feel like. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow. Can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth. Ah! Hey! Don't you dare run away! What do you want, right? What do I want? I want you to look me in my eyes and tell me you love me. I want you to caress my sweet ass with those big hands of yours and yell objection, and then sorry, I should stick to it. If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. Damn! He was. That's exact. I knew it. I knew it. You went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris? Yes, and thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort in the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? And though I won't go into what's to come, final cases of games are always liked a lot. 1-4 and 2-4 are the other fan favorites. Pride. He's gay. 100%. I mean, you're not spouting anything we don't know. People are probably annoyed with her by this point. The writers were too, so they figured, yeah, just put it aside in the final case. Like, make sure she's barely in it. I think that was the same for, like... That was the same for one of the other cases, too. The one where she was kidnapped. She just wasn't there the whole time. That case wasn't, like, spectacular. That's probably because Lotta was in that one. No, though, thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself in my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more of this self-pity, okay? Just take me in those big, strong arms and caress me like I was your... Anyway, Iris. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So? Who is she? I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves the case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and the Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No. That woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Can I show him something? I love 2-4, despite Lotta, who is on 1-4. This is the first finale without her so far. Oh, really? Thank God. Oh, you spoiled it. Hey, we don't gotta worry about Lotta. Let's go! Yeah! Woo! 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 Apparently Iris was taken by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me. Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he's found. I already did. But can I not do anything else here? I said so far? No, too late. Lotta's not in this, and I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear it. Let's celebrate, guys. No Lotta heart. More like minimal fart. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. And maybe the bottom of Edgeworth. I can count on Iris to break these locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Someone make Dilly play the Lotta spin-off game. It's like Pokemon Snap, but with Ace Attorney. So, Phoenix, you're quite unworried about the child who ran off alone. No one ever cares about Pearls. It's sad. Speaking of the certain 9-year-old devil.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Pearls? What are you doing here?
Nothing? What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey! What do you think you're doing here, Nick? What are you doing with a child, Larry Butts? Why? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Larry, this is the loser shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Maurice did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. out of our way! I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down.
Oh, Mystic Maya.
If I ever drove an ice cream truck, I'd play this. This is the song I'd play.
Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Ha! I've got nothing to say to you, dick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I gonna do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know.
It looks really good, Larry.
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy.
No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night.
But Mr. Lorice...
Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl.
She ziplined. She had to have ziplined.
But don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture.
Looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value.
Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls.
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know?
I was freezing my ass off in the woods, motherfucker.
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room, reading a book together. But Miss Dunham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
Oh, that's so funny. Is it because she's short? They couldn't put one below. They couldn't put one like here, so they had to do it over her head.
That's why I'm being punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power, it's disappeared.
What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your powers have disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for?
Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps?
Ah! Way to go, Nick! You made her cry! That's really cruel of you! Ah!
Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. We'll just leave her crying for a bit.
Just fucking cry about it, kid. Fucking just cry about it.
I wonder if Sister Bikini's back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe's Sister Bikini's type. You hate to hear it.
Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern?
Looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern.
But who? Who could have done that? The only people know who to set those trick locks are those of the Karain tradition.
We We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me about the Master of Karain, how it disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise, no, I mean, Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone's trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Karain and her daughters, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Probably not. It's 100% her. Like, there's no fucking way that she doesn't just show up now. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask to Mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on the hand to help out when I need her the most. Her and her voluptuous titties. That's how I know it's true, because Maya's bust size grows 10 times that day. The Karain technique has made a huge difference in the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Ho ho ho! You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see? All because of one little mistake. Mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago that when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. DL7? D3? That incident. Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. What? Oh, yeah, that's right! I forgot! The DL6 incident, I knew it! Because there was a channeling thing that happened then. Because her mom was there. That's how you know DL6 was the best case. The like second best case always goes back to it. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used the spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Karain tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Karain Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's power were a sham. And then she disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought her a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Karain tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya?
Spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before.
We, the women of the fake clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us.
According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. Because men suck. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Army. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course! She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life as a result. You know what Mystic Mia's rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, and she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. I was right! That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister, too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Karain Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with this? Iris is... Mystic... There's no fucking way. No way! What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Whoa! Actually how I feel right now. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's. I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had three? What? Who? What do you mean three? Wait, what? Three? Yes, Iris. I fucking knew it! I knew that there was a twin! I knew there was a twin! I fucking knew it! Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by his sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled.
It wasn't many years later that Coraine's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of the girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable if Iris has a twin sister. Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. Jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because Mystic Morgan's anger toward the main family. So she was fucking out of anger. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. I'm pretty flustered right now. I'm pretty taken aback. I knew there was a twin. I knew there was a twin somewhere. It's such a it's such an easy cop-out to make twins, but like they did this one really well. They did this one really well, like making you think that that's her disguised or something. Unless it's like it's gonna be a completely different person from Dahlia. Ugh. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is it that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search the channeling room in Corraine. Wow, I love my job. Who cares if the clues are find no good? It's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. I don't know how to sing reggae. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been here? I just got here. Oh, okay. So, what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I'd find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That perhaps short thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter?
Give me that letter.
How's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. I feel like if you look at it hard enough, it looks like something else. Like, it definitely says... Does it say... No way. Okay. If you turn it... Like, instead of... before, if you turn it to the left... If you turn it to the right, it says Dracula. And if you turn it upside down, it says Laura. What does it mean? I don't have have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation.
What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here?
Your mom. They're not my words, pal.
Then who said it?
Mr. Godo.
Godo? What did he mean by that?
Bro, is he the husband? Is he Morgan's husband? Is he about to end up being Morgan's husband? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find a murder weapon. I'm busting nuts every day, and all I find is some burnt up old linen. Be careful. Last night should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple.
The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it.
There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look.
Can I? Do you mind?
Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case.
Spirit mediums? It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters.
I'd better give it a good look over. And some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Her name is, she is our, the whole, here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the, also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. I guess we got a roast on our hands. Interesting. Definitely has nothing to do with the case. It's a shame they have a detective that doesn't know how to fucking read. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? He pulled it up and he's like, there's no pictures on this paper. It must be garbage. Well, it wasn't the shishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yeah, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? All right. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector! Oh my god, the metal detector's making a comeback, baby! Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give some scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe or not? Oh, let's fucking... We're gonna play Forensics Expert right now. My favorite minigame. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. It's so sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon's around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good looky-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know, and when that happens, press Enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems sus. Okay, pal? Look! A ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I say that a head of lettuce, that's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the same thing.
No, they're not! They're completely different.
You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you can miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. I got an achievement! Get every ladder versus step ladder conversation in the trilogy. This looks like a wallet? Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet's completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. It's just a pair of skis, nothing useful for our case here. I'm actually pretty good on skis, you know, pal. I just love to fly down the slopes with my coat fluttering in the wind. Really? I had no idea. How good are you? Well, I'm better on skis than I am on skates, but not as good as when I'm on a snowboard. That's a pretty detailed answer. Oh, but you know what? I'm best at making mashed potatoes and gravy. The guy's losing it. Must be the altitude. We'd better get back to the investigation. Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal! Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap? For detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those! I got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then BAM! I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story that as stupidly pitiful as this. What? Can I really not get? Is that really a? Is that actually a fucking bear trap? Is that like really a bear trap in the ground? That's scary. What's this? A pen? Artist. Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. Huh? It's yours. Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking in suspects' faces. That makes you detectives sound really nasty. It's my dream to stick it in your face one day, right? His penis. Then don't go losing it. That Shishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it out again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. You know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yeah, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be having had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. At Shishito, oh, I thought it was gonna do something about the statue. That's odd. The sled's made of plastic. It shares bikini #1 on the shine. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put a dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know. I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear any more. This must be an old panhandle or something. How do you know that? Huh? What? That was my nickname in junior high. What? Panhandle? I didn't have much money back then, pal. Still don't. I used to bum stuff off the other kids sometimes, so they called me Panhandler. Panhandler? Huh? I can see that. Thinking back, it's actually kind of a nice memory now. God, is this just me looking for his shit? Is that everything? Oh. This is Miss Donham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detective's reacting to it. Yeah, but have you look at it. The thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... At least he didn't meth it. Haha! Ba-da-ba! Ack! The top's coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! I should have seen that coming. As a man who has several cane knives, I should have seen this coming. A sword? Inside the staff? Is this... could it be? The murder weapon? I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship's really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one! Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't a murder weapon, huh? No, no, no. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the shishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be tight. Every case is gonna be tight. Wait up, detective. Huh? When is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think? Maya's been Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. Yeah, looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing. The staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now go take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe, you know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks.
can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place? I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. I suppose I'll have to check back later. I thought someone had a... Oh, it's her. We're on the road to Viridian City. Meet my friends along the way. On the road to Viridian City. Let me go pee real quick. Fill up my water. Everyone, fill up your waters. Get comfy. We're gonna do a little bit more. We're gonna do a little bit more. Just get a little bit further if we can. Well, now I have to. Re-examine this room. I'll be right back. We're edging towards the inch.
Thanks. It's good to be back. Whew. She's got a psych lock we can break. We got the letter. You know, I wonder if I can... So I showed him the letter. Show him this. What do you think about this, Edgeworth? He doesn't even care. It's almost the 1 year anniversary of you telling us you wouldn't be streaming for months. Is it? Is this when I stopped streaming? I don't remember. Oh yeah, no, you're right. It was like October. I don't even remember that. Oh shit! I didn't know I had a new profile. Show this to Iris. Oops. That's dumb. I remember Dill got the wrong guy arrested and he disappeared. Okay. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of the twin. There was nothing about Iris having a twin sister in the files. I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right. I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please, tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, a defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about the case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister Valerie Hawthorne to keep her from talking. So there was another? Exactly, that's exactly what her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Ah, so the latter conversation becomes full circle. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me.
So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne's dead, Edgeworth? Right, I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Yo, what? They fucking kill people? Hold on a second. What? What the fuck? Huh? Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. What the fuck? I didn't know they killed people. Manfred's dead? He's... What? How did he... I didn't know he's dead. I thought he was just in jail. Wow. I mean, I get him having the death penalty, but her? I feel like that's a little much. She killed one guy, right? Just go to jail for the rest of her life and fucking, torture her. I feel like that's more fair. Manfred was sentenced to death. Yeah, I mean, well, whatever. Maybe just kill them both. She was fucking crazy. She was a crazy bitch. Manfred was also a crazy bitch. I guess they both deserve to die, huh? But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone's dead, there's no way to revive them. Phoenix is like, so anyway, about that. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia, Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. Did you say Karain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all frauds. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file, and you'll know. It all comes back to DL6. Of course. How could I forget? And one day they'll make an Ace Attorney where it's DLC not included. Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Karain channeling technique is real. Smoke crack! It's time to bust this bitch wide open. It's time to just open up these locks and get inside her mind. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at the Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Was it Larry? It was Larry, right?
Or was it pearls? Wait, I don't remember. I'm a little lost. Who was it? I mean, Larry. I mean, she was out. She was in the temple. She said she was in a room. Is it just bikini, I guess? If Larry saw her over the bridge, Bikini saw her in the courtyard. Unless they're talking specifically about, like, I forgot if she said her room. Did she say her room? Bikini saw her at the temple. Well, it's just. Was it? I don't know if it was her. I forgot if it was her room or not that she specifically said before this dialogue is here. I wasn't paying that much attention. Okay, I guess it's Bikini. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini? Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Like a G. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. You see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. Oh! The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40? But what you say doesn't add up with this. She left at 9:40? Where's the bell? I don't remember where the bell was. Is it her first testimony? Because I just don't remember where the fucking bell is. Proceed before the lights out bell on the night of the crime. What's the bell? Take that! You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright? We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. That's right, I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Take that! I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. Ah, that's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer. Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder.
It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said a second ago yourself. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Karain channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. And just like that, I'm in. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. This bitch just won't stay gone. See, if they just kept her in prison, this wouldn't be a problem. But because they killed her, it made it even worse. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful! But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The Main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Karain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Karain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fey clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts.
quickly.
I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix, right? There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psych lock. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick?
Ha! You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find what Pearls is hiding. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room, reading a book together, correct?
Yeah, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go?
No, there was somewhere else I had to go. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Dunham's room, because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? And the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me whether I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Oh, okay.
You went right to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it?
Huh? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was
That's Phoenix. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for your special course. I hope it's got hamburgers. Yummy, yummy hamburgers. Burgers.
Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Unfortunately, we don't have beef. We only have vegan patties. Don't blame me if you become one with Doji Channel. Wahaha, ho ho ho. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10.
Until after 10? How did you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all.
Oh. Man. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell?
Huh? Oh, I
think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Why was she worried about the bell? I don't know why the fuck she's worried about the bell. Oh!
It's because of that. I literally, it's right there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her. It was right there. Thank goodness it was there. Otherwise, I never would have seen it. I kind of spaced out and saw the line. I saw lights out. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper.
Where did you...
In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No!
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Take into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it. Whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls is supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night was... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. You know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia's her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you've never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? So, I don't know I don't know if I should do Morgan or, Elise Dunham. It's one of them? It could be either. I don't know how her mom would have got it to her. So no, that's not it. Must have had a lot of faith in them to follow their instructions to a T. Is that it?
I had a lot of faith in you, Mr. Nick.
Oh, thanks.
But I don't think I can trust you anymore.
Okay, it's not that. Ouch, Pearls. Pearls sure can be blunt when she wants to be. So, yeah. It just has to be. It has to be her mom. Pearls! I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Why? Because it was your own mother that asked, that's why.
How did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child!
Huh?
If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to procure some evidence. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it!
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
A simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. picture of her and use it on your channel. I know you can do it. Oh! Oh! Gravy roast! Gravely roast! Gravy roast! The picture! She put gravy on Misty's picture! It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
Huh? What? Why would I do something like that?
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast. Dude, oh my god. That is actually a callback to the beginning of the case when she was with Elise and she said, "What's this word?" Gravely. Why? What the fuck are you reading? Is that what she was reading?
How did you know that?
That is her mom. It's definitely her mom. Remember the conversation you had in this donut on the night of the murder? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's so funny. Sure, Miss Donham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely
sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of Master in gravy from the night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right.
Well, it's a shame because now you're going to jail and you're going to be executed, Pearls.
After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain like it said in the letter.
I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it.
So I just
stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple.
Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone left me because I overslept. I threw the letter in the incinerator and then I hid it over the leftover gravy, but...
And let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and tried and tried and tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that! So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
The possibility that she's not fucking dead? Could you please tell me what it is anyway? Or that she was already channeled?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. False. Absolutely false. If she's unfaithful, you absolutely can see a hot chick who's taken. Like my ex-wife. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could? Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
Huh, this letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. Thank you, I do have a good noodle, Georgie. Japanese had a curry pun instead. That's why I wish I knew Japanese to play in its initial language. So I really, really wish I could get those jokes. I want to understand that. Like, a lot of the Japanese jokes are really funny if you understand the language. So I wish I could understand them. That's all I want. Can we just take a moment to recognize it's fucked up someone tried to use pearls as part of a murder? Yeah, a 9-year-old? When she had access to, like, older children or something? Like, oh my god. As petty as I am, I don't think I could ever use a child in one of my evil schemes to get back at somebody. Just be hotter than her man.
My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls. I fucking sent her there.
Look at that swagger.
I visit her every month. And last month she told me.
That bitch still got that teacup? What the fuck? Why are they letting her have that teacup in there? She killed somebody. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I had a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says.
It's for the good of the Fae Clan, my angel.
You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. Maybe she smuggled it in?
Good old prison pocket. My mommy's always nice to me. I love her very much.
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right?
C said it was for the good of the Fae Clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae Clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so? Yeah.
There was a picture with her letter, too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this.
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out here.
You're very welcome. It only took a lot of grinding and unlocking my Cyclox. Ha ha ha! My mother's watching over us. So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right.
Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godo? The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite.
Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha! What did I just say, trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
Mr. Nick, is what the man said just true? It'll be all right, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you.
The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time.
Is she dead? Is she dead? She's not dead. She's alive, right? She's just psychic. Do you suppose they... wait, she helped plan and cover up a murder. She didn't do the shooting. Do you suppose they didn't think of using the name pseudonym? Or they decided that pun was too obvious? Oh, man! They said she's in prison. Yeah, but that was like a dead spirit type thing. Part 4-1. Trial, baby! And that's it for me today. It's fun. We a lot going on. A lot going on. Airy pseudonym? Wait, I don't get it. Elise Donim. L is R in Japanese. I mean, okay, well, I knew it had to be something. Elise Donim in Japanese, katakana is airy pseudonym. Okay. I knew it. I knew it from the minute we started that she was that she was involved. I knew it. I knew it. I knew they wouldn't leave that plot line hanging on the third one. So that's why artist said he'd pronounce it Dunham. Now that makes sense. So yeah, thanks for coming by, everybody. A lot of fun. You get yourself a good evening, dude. I will. I'm gonna eat some dinner. Like I said, I've got a teleprompter. The Elgato, they made this prompter thing, so I can put my camera in it, and I can read chat while looking at the camera. I won't have to like look at the corner anymore. I can move all my stuff so it'll be centered, and I'll have the teleprompter right above the game. That way I don't have to like look all over the place for chat. It'll be great. I can't wait to fucking get it. I really can't wait to get it. Any other series could have left it hanging since she got. But AA is too cool to be that boring. Did I beat it? No. We're not done yet. I don't know how much more there is. It was a fun stream, Master Dragon Cockbone Feeder Dylan the Dill Dude. Thanks. Remember, if you're in the Discord, the only way we can talk to each other anymore is using Moist Critical's thumbnails. Take screenshots, and it's the only way we can talk to each other anymore. Don't worry, there's one for everything, so you'll be good. Actually, fantastic news. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Tomorrow, I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I might work on another video idea that I was thinking about. If I do stream tomorrow, it'll be this. It'll be trying to finish this. Thursday, I'm definitely going to be with Rico again doing Fire Emblem. And I'm just not sure. I'm not sure what the rest of this month holds. So that's why I haven't been putting out schedules like usual. Because I'm working on a lot of other stuff on the side. Sorry about my DMs. Rest in peace, my DMs. My DMs. With a blanket. Alright, guys. Have a good one. I will see you all whenever I stream. Whenever I stream next. Stay cozy, guys.